Good morning and welcome to our Foothills County Council meeting on Wednesday, January 21st, 2026. Welcome to all who are viewing our live streaming meeting. As Deputy Reeve, I am chairing this meeting today because Reeve Seward and Councillors McHugh and Kendall are attending an agricultural services conference. So I'm going to call this meeting to order here now at 9:02 a.m. And at this time, I would look to our CAO to speak to an add-on item to discuss putting that onto the agenda, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This morning, there was a suggestion, just given the nature of a very short agenda today, to maybe bring forward a couple of reports that were provided by our Public Works Department, proposed to have gone next week, but instead to do those this week. That's comprised of 5 separate pieces of equipment that are being proposed for purchase, and just looking to see if council has an appetite to add those to today's agenda.
Thank you. I'll look to our council members for any comments or for motion.
Yes, thank you to the chair. I will give you the motion to add the capital purchases to the January 21st, 2026 under item B.
Thank you. So that would be an amended agenda, and then I would look for a motion. So you've made that motion first, and then I will look to our councillors and ask the question. All in favor? So that item does get placed on the agenda. Thank you for that. And over now to the full-on approval of the agenda under item A2. Just look to someone for providing a motion to move the full amended agenda forward. Would someone like to move that? That would come from Councillor Callister. Thank you very much. And I will ask the question. All in favor? That agenda is amended and going forward. Thank you. So at this time, I'll go to our councillors for your questions to those present from our various departments. And I'll start with you, Councillor Estes. Do you have anything to bring forward to this part of the meeting here?
Thank you to the chair. And no, I don't have anything to bring forward right now.
Okay, thank you very much. And from Division 4, I would just thank you for all the work. I see you guys working in the background. Thank you very much for all of your work on behalf of the Division 4 residents. And now I'll pass it on over to Councillor Elder.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning to everyone. I have nothing to add to today's conversation. Thank you.
And over to you, Councillor Callister.
Thank you, Madam Reeve and Madam Deputy Reeve.
Thank you.
And I noticed Ag Services were out at Dunbow Road and 80th. Did a wonderful job clearing brush there, made the intersection a lot safer. So thank you very much for that. And other than that, I have nothing to add.
Very good. Thank you for your updates, everyone. And now we'll go over to our departments and start with Manager Wayberg. If you have anything aside from the B item, but anything else to update us on, thank you. Go ahead.
Good morning, Council, Madam Reeve. Just to update you, we're stockpiling gravel out at Blackie from the Roche pit, and we're still doing reclamation out at Tosh. The weather's allowing us to do all that, and we've cleaned up the gravel at Dunn's pit, and that's what we're doing out at Public Works right now.
Thank you. I was kind of wondering, between snowstorms, you must be busy with a lot of other wanted items you'd like to get done. So that's great to hear.
Yeah.
Thank you. And does anyone have any questions for Manager Wayberg? No. Thank you. And over to you, Director Kruger. If you have an update for us, please go ahead.
Thank you, Deputy Reeve. Good morning, Council. Only update today is the Dunbow roundabout tender closes tomorrow afternoon. So we'll keep you updated on that. It's been looking forward to that. And that's all from me. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any questions on that? No, nothing for now. Just an excitement about that item in particular. Thank you. So we also have present with us our Deputy Director Stapley. Would you like to go ahead with any updates you may have for us? Thank you.
Good morning, Madam Chair, and good morning, Council. Thank you. I have no updates this morning. I do see that Director Saulnier did send out an email regarding moving to a fire advisory, and that most have already responded. So thank you for that.
Very good. Thank you for concluding that item. That's important. So there will be a note for us. That'll be an updated change. Will be showing up on the website soon as well. And I do see we have our director, Sonia, online. I don't know if you would like to provide any updates at this time.
Good morning, Deputy Revolt and Council. I trust everyone has seen that virus status update. We do have a lot of dry areas, and especially towards the east, so that it is well recommended that we go to the advisory. I also did send out an email earlier regarding some response protocols changes for AHS. I trust everyone's had a look at that as well. From what I understand, this change, EMS had a program area study in January and identified some mismatches between lights and sirens and how they're used and medical priority. So they recommended revising the protocol to reduce risk to staff, patients, and the public. We're still going through some discussions with HS at this time, or EHS. There was a brief meeting last week with EHS. At this time, they're kind of canvassing MFR partners regarding these changes, and they're asking if fire departments can align with this. They're not telling us; they're just asking at this point. And through their canvassing, they may still make these changes, and they may not. It's kind of up in the air at this time. We'll keep an eye on this, and if any further information comes from the EHS, we'll surely share that with council. Thank you.
Well, very, very good. Thank you for sending that update and then reminding us here today. So I do have one question for you. Will that also go to the fire board for information as well at this point? Because I understand too from your update that really we don't have a lot of data to substantiate that request for the fire department for Foothills County. So just a question to you on referring that to the fire board, please.
To the floor, yes, we will put something together for the fire board. And that's correct. We looked at some of our data, and our data doesn't show any cause for concern with lights and sirens. We haven't seen any incidents as far as the fire department is concerned. Still going through their area study, actually see the numbers and where this is coming from. But we'll surely put something together for the fire board, and they can have a review of this as well.
Very good. Thank you for that update. Does anyone have any other questions for those who've presented? Okay, not seeing any at this time. Thank you. So if you don't have anything else to present, we would just wish you a good morning and thank you for coming in today. Thank you. Okay, so we're going to be waiting for a little bit of paperwork. So I'm going to head over to item F1, which is the Sheep River Utilities Corporation 2026 budget approval. And I'm just wondering, do we have any other members from administration that will be joining us? Okay, so I believe you have one other person joining you. We have Director Hammond with us here, so thank you. And perhaps we could get started and then he would be joining us here shortly. I believe our advisor, Reva Cameron, is going to join us as well. So, so if everyone would just turn to your agendas for the first topic, which is page 2 of our agenda, if you'd like to refer to that, and then we'll hand over the speaker to Director Hammond. Please go ahead.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and good morning, Council. So on December 18th, I presented the budget to the SHRAC board, and it was approved then. Foothills County owns about only 10% of SHRAC. Diamond Valley owns 90% of that. And according to the bylaws of the corporation, the budget is supposed to come to the respective councils for approval as well. So this morning I'm here just to get that approval from council. Thank you.
Well, thank you for that. And I wonder if you might just give us a little overview because this is new for some of our counselors and just maybe to explain a little bit, whether it's yourself or our advisor, Reva Cameron, whoever would like to take that, just to give a little bit of an explanation would be helpful. Thank you.
So I can do that, Madam Chair. I can try. um, Foothills County owns 10% of Shrek, and we do our finance department. We handle all the finances and everything with regards. We have operators there as well with regards to the plants there. The budget is mainly made up of the revenue part is made up of two factors. There's a fixed cost and there's a variable cost there. And in the notes, you see that the fixed cost includes the administration fees, insurance, audit expense, and the capital reserve. They have about just give me a number here. They have about just shy of 900,000 in their capital reserve, and then the variable cost represents the total operating cost minus amortization and interest income. You can see the volume usage there that Diamond Valley uses majority of the water that comes out of that plant there. The usage is about 99.3% to about 0.7 from the county. The budget is supposed to always they transfer about half of amortization into their capital reserve, and that's why they've amassed about just shy of 900,000 there. And this year they have with their capital on their capital budget, they have they're looking at purchasing 2 air compressors for the plant. And with that, I will open up to any further questions that council might have.
Very good. Thank you for that explanation. Is the overall situation of infrastructure in pretty good form with having a nice reserve like that? It's really keeping everything up well?
Thanks, Madam Chair. Yes, I think so far they are in a good position. Maybe River Municipal Advisor might have a little more technical answer to that.
Thank you.
So, pardon me, I'm the appointed Chief Executive Officer of the Sheep River Regional Utility Corporation. So I guess basically they're only an employee, but supplied by the county. And early on, it was decided to build capital reserve fund. And the project that is being worked on is a permanent direct intake into on the river. So presently, there are a number of wells that feed into the reservoir that was built originally by the town of Turner Valley. And later on, when Black Diamond lost their wells to the flood, and they became part of it, we put a temporary intake in the river, and it's there today. The pump lies on the bed of the river, and it's removable. So there's a swing arm that goes out, and in the winter we have a small pump, and in the summer we have a large pump, and we keep the reservoir full. But long term, we need a more permanent solution. And so a company, MPE, was hired, and a design was done. And the board approved getting ready to apply to the Department of Fisheries and Oceans and Alberta Environment to put in a permanent intake. So that's the project that's being worked on that is probably going to utilize a substantial amount of the as we move forward. And I would say financially, it's, all costs are recovered. So it's in pretty good shape.
Very good. Thank you for that update. And I'll just check in with our other counselors. Do you have any questions, or administration? Do you have any questions on this item? Not see any. So your presentation has been very satisfactory to all of our questions, and I'll look to our council members for anyone who would like to put forward the motion, which you will see the request for council on page 2. That council approved the 2026 budget for Sheep River Regional Utility Corp as presented. Would someone like to move that? I've got that from Councillor Callister. Thank you. And looking to our council members now, I'll ask the question. All in favor? Thank you. That motion carries. So did you have anything else to add? Please go ahead.
Yeah, just one other mention on next Tuesday in Diamond Valley, we'll be having the annual general meeting of the corporation. It is a public meeting, and after it, we'll have the regular Shruk meeting. So that has to be held once a year, of course, under corporate rules. I just mentioned, and I would have to look at Ms. Stanley as to whether it'll be on Zoom or whether it's strictly in public, in person for that meeting.
Sure. Assistant Stanley, do you have that answer to that? As to whether it'll be on Zoom or in public? In person. So it's next Tuesday. Both? Okay. Thank you. Apparently the answer is both. So
Okay.
for our viewing public, that you have your answer there. So, and thank you for the notice, providing the notice on the meeting here today. Okay, I'll just check in. Is there any other questions or comments on this topic? Not seeing any. All right, thank you. So we've concluded F1. Thank you, everyone. And I think we're almost ready to head over to B1, but if not, we'll go to F2. Thank you for coming in. CEO Payne, do you need a couple more minutes on this one? No, we're ready to go for the B item. So thank you for your patience as you wait for the next item. Appreciate it. Great. All right, then we're going to head over to on our agenda what we've titled B1, which would be the 5 items. And we have a printout in front of all of us here. So we'll just go through them one at a time and take the time to read through them, and then everyone can become acquainted with the request before us. So we'll hand this over to our manager, Weberg, and we will start with the item that you would prefer first. Please identify the item, and then we'll go to the appropriate page. Go ahead, please.
To Madam Reeve, Deputy Reeve, sorry. This is for the capital equipment purchases for council to approve. I would like to start with, just to update you, there are 9 items here, just so you're clear on that. So I'd like to start with the compact mini excavator to replace the case backhoe, and that's for the drainage crew, which will help us replace culverts, dig trenches for any kind of irrigation lines and stuff like that. So the budget was 146,550, and we got 3 quotes from Tractorland, Norse, and Brandt Tractor. And Brandt Tractor came in at the lowest at $130,567. Any questions on that piece of equipment?
So councillors, would you like to ask any questions or comments on this particular item? So we'll deal with each one and then look at the motion for each one as we go through. So we'll call this, as was mentioned, item 1 of 9. So if you have any questions on the compact mini excavator, and that would be on the first page of what you have as a handout. Does anyone have any thoughts or comments? Councillor Estes, go ahead, please.
Thank you to the chair. My only questions are, I guess everything's been compared, warranties, power, all of that, they're all very comparable.
That, through Madam Roll to Chair Estes, yes, that's correct.
Thank you. Any other questions? Not seeing any. Would you like to provide that motion? Okay, so Councillor Estes provides us the motion for the first item. And that is for the compact mini excavator and the recommended price, which is Brandt Tractor Limited for an amount of $130,567 plus GST. I believe we need to add on that. And we have that motion, so I ask the question, all in favor. Thank you, everyone. That one carries. Please move on to the next one.
Okay, our next item is a skid steer, compact skid steer. And it also comes with a snow blower. And that's to replace our case skid steer, which is houred out and it's costing us a lot of money to repair. So our budget is $149,680, and our lowest bid is again Brandt Tractor, which is a John Deere, and it's $141,995. And that is also for the drainage / snow removal. So with the snow blower, we can clean up the snow a lot better in parking lots and stuff like that.
Thank you. It sounds like it's much easier to maneuver that, something of this scale.
Yeah.
Yeah, great. Thank you. So council members, would you have any comments? Councillor Alger, please go ahead.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Mr. Weaver, this has a snow blower. Do we have a unit with a snow blower on it? I've never seen one.
No, we don't have one with a snow blower. So
this is new.
The new attachment that we can get with it, and it'll load trucks and stuff like that too. So it'll help us clean up snow a lot more efficient.
Yeah, I would agree with that 100%. Thank you for that clarification. And Madam Chair, I'll give you the motion to approve this item.
Very
when you're
good.
ready.
And I'll just hang on for a question from Councillor Estes and then I'll take your motion. Thank you.
Thank you to the chair. My only comment here is both items from Brandt. Being familiar a little bit with skid steers and the price being a little tiny bit more for a cat machine, what really would be the preference for Public Works? Thanks.
Madam Deputy Reeve to Councillor Estes, the preference is the software system that we already have for the John Deere, which is much easier for our shop to maintain.
Thank you for that. So we do have a motion. Is there any other comments or thoughts at this point? Not seeing any. I'll ask the question as the recommended unit is from Brandt Tractor for $141,995 plus GST. All in favor? That motion carries. Thank you, everyone. Over to number 3, please. Go ahead.
So this is a GPS system for the dozer, and it's a new item. We don't have one as of yet. And we feel it'll improve our productions and make things easier on the construction side of reclaiming gravel pits, building roads. They're a very useful tool to have for construction. And any questions on that?
Anybody have any questions? Want a demonstration?
So anyway, the Tremble system is the one that comes with Caterpillar equipment, and it's the cheapest one. So it comes in a budget of 140,000, and it comes in at 138,688.98.
Thank you. Would someone like to make a motion or provide comments in a motion, whatever? I'll look to you for that. Councillor Estes, you're still on from previously. Go ahead. That's okay. But if you'd like to go ahead, did you have a question? Go ahead, and then we will go to Councillor Alger next.
Okay, thank you to the chair. Okay, so does this come with training or is everyone already up on this
It
particular?
does.
Okay.
And over to you, Councillor Alger. Oh, well, great minds think alike, so that's great. Would one of you like to provide that motion? Thank you. Councillor Estes provides the motion. Again, we're looking at your recommendation for the one, the SciTech Trimble. And the amount is 138,688.98 plus GST. All in favor? Okay, that motion carries. Over to number 4.
So these are 2 new message boards, which they allow us to actually put more information on these message boards than the ones we have. So that was a request by council. So there was only one bid that we had for that, and that was $50,000 for the budget, and it came in over $30 over budget.
Council members, do you have any questions on this item? These are message boards or new equipment in addition to the existing message boards. And the supplier, the one and only, is ATS Traffic. Not seeing, but I will look for, no questions, but I'll look for a motion. If someone would like to provide the motion. Councillor Alger provides us a motion on this particular item. So that would be with the recommendation of ATS Traffic for $50,030 plus, excluding GST.
Yes.
So plus GST is our motion then. So we would add that. Thank you. That has been accepted from Councillor Alger, and all in favor. That carries. So moving on to your next item. So that was 4. So we're on to number 5.
So this is a item to replace one of our 160 graders. Our budget is 750,000. The Brandt tractor John Deere grader came in at 682, and that's a cost savings of $67,000. And that's to replace unit 117, which is houred out and very costly to repair as well.
Well, this is a big deal, and I just wonder, is there any other questions from councillors? Councillor Estes and then Councillor Alger. Go ahead, please.
Thank you to the chair. My only question is that's quite a difference in prices. Is there anything notable between these 2 machines?
Actually, the John Deere actually came with an extra where it has a covered closed circle where the Caterpillar didn't. So that was the John Deere actually would have been cheaper if we had not got the enclosed circle by 18,000 on top of the savings of 67. So it would have been more like 80,000, but they're very comparable.
Very good. Thank you. Over to you, Councillor Alger.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, or Mrs. Madam Chair, sorry.
That's okay.
Mr. Weaver, so our old 117, has it had a major overhaul or anything? Like we rebuilt a couple of them in the last couple of years. This isn't one of them, would it be?
We find that the all-wheel drives are way more expensive to rebuild. The rebuilds are all 14Hs, or I'm sorry, and they don't have all-wheel drive. So the cost to rebuild a all-wheel drive is quite a bit more than percentage-wise, as opposed to buying a new one.
And has this one had any major work done to it?
117, yes, it has.
Yeah.
Yeah. I believe the front end has been repaired, and it's wore out now. It's too costly to do any more repairs to.
Just plain wore out.
Well,
And what's the delivery time on the new one?
that I'm not sure yet. Last year we got a John Deere grader, and I think we got it within 2.5 months, something like that. When we ordered it.
So they're not too far out.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Thanks for that.
Right, Councillor Estes, go ahead.
Thank you to the chair. And this might not pertain, but what happens to the equipment that is worn out?
Well, we auctioned it off. We make sure in good working order is when we take it to the auction so we can get a good price for it.
Great. Right, then I'm going to look for a motion if there's no other questions for someone who wants to take this one on. It would be awarding the purchase to Brant Tractor for $682,300 plus GST. Councillor Estes gives us that motion. Ask the question, all in favor? Thank you, that motion carries. I do have a question for you. It's nice to see your addition, your math is on there to show us that we have some cost savings on a number of these items. Is that going to help with some of the surprises that have been coming in?
That's correct.
The affirmative. Thank you very much. Moving on to the next item, air conditioning service machine.
So this is a new item to our shop, and the budget was $13,000. Greg Atlas Auto, or Greg's distributor, came in at $9,600. And if you read the report, we spent around $6,000 with outside vendors last season, just 1 year alone. So we believe that'll actually save us a lot of money once we have the machine to repair our air conditioners.
And what's the maintenance like on this particular unit?
Sorry?
What's the maintenance like on this unit?
That I couldn't answer. I'd have to,
To be determined.
yeah, I'd have to
Okay.
get the shop supervisor to, I
Okay.
planned on bringing him next week, but he.
Oh, no worries.
Yeah.
Yeah, no worries. Just a question that just comes to mind with a new purchase and the whole learning curve we have with everything we do that we try to be efficient with as well. So thank you for that. Councillors, do you have any questions in relation to this item? And if not, I would look for a motion to make that move forward. Thank you. Councillor Callister gives us that. All in favor? That does move. Thank you so much. So we're on to the next item. Looks like we have two left, I believe.
Yeah, this is correct. This is for a half ton for replace a truck that went to the Parks and Rec for ASB. Budget was 60,000. The Okotoks GM dealership came in at 50,993. Would you like me to go with the other two
Is
trucks?
there, yeah, I guess, so is there any other questions? Maybe I'll ask our council members if you have any questions on the other quotes or anything that you need clarified. If not, we're looking for a motion for the awarded bid to Okotoks GMC for 50,993 plus GST. That would be coming from Councillor Callister. Not seeing any more questions or any comments, so all in favor? Okay, that motion carries. Thank you. And we're on to the number 8 here. Maybe your last one, I think. So just please go ahead and let us know what's happening on that one.
Okay, so this is item number 9 with
It's 9.
two one-ton trucks to replace 2 units that are old and mileaged out. And that's for the dust control crews and as well as the snow removal, the crews there too. So the budget was 160,000 for 2 pickups. And Okotoks GMC came in at 127,790. So for all 3 items, a total savings of $41,000 on those 3 items.
Very good. Thanks for the note on that and for doing the homework to get us to some savings on that. Much appreciated. So for this item is for 2 trucks. So that's why we're calling it 8 and 9. And so I wonder if council has any questions or comments on this item. And then if not, I would take a motion as well. Comes from Councillor Alger, not seeing any other comments. So for the 2 trucks for the total of 127,790 plus GST, all in favor? That motion carries. Excellent. So thank you for your reports today and appreciate your time to bring that forward on the spur of the moment. And you had it all very well organized, so we were able to get that on today. Thank you.
Thank you very much and have a good day.
Thank you. You as well. So that leads us to our next agenda item then. And thank you guys for coming in. Oh, you're done. Excellent work. Gotta have the view. So at this time, we're going to move forward with item F2. And that is the Foothills County's request to, a request to purchase an undeveloped road allowance, and we will see that item on page 9. So if everyone turn over to that, the legal description being Plan 5084 JK Lot 1, then Northeast 04-2201 west of the 5th Meridian. So this is an additional information requested item, and we'll hand that right over to our municipal land administrator, Fowler, for your update on that. If you're ready to go, please go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Reeve, and good morning, Council. This is for just an undeveloped road allowance. It was originally heard by Council October 1st of last year, and Council deferred the decision regarding the request to purchase to allow administration time to review the intermunicipal development plan with the City of Calgary. So we reached out to the City of Calgary and they have responded. Their letter is included as Appendix C in the staff report. But I'll start off by saying that the road allowance is located approximately 3.3 kilometers west of Highway 2A and directly borders the City of Calgary limits within an undeveloped portion of 48th Street West. The applicant submitted a letter in July of last year to request Council's consideration to purchase this road allowance. And it lies between the north boundary of 48th Street West and the south boundary of Sheriff King Street South. These two road segments remain disconnected due to challenging topographical conditions. It's really quite steep. And the applicant owns both parcels adjacent to the west boundary with the proposed road closure land. So when we reached out to the city to kind of gauge their interest and if they would support this application, should Council direct us to take it to a public meeting, they indicated that they do not support the proposed closure. The city has existing and planned infrastructure located within that right-of-way that needs to be maintained, and as such, the right-of-way should remain in public inventory. Like I said, their letter is included as Appendix C, but that's the gist of what they were stating. So if we were to go through with our regular circulations for the public meeting, we would likely receive that identical reply when it was official request. So today we're coming back to our original request of Council from October. So to either, if Council's amenable to the landowner's request, to direct administration to proceed with the public hearing in order to consider the road closure of the undeveloped road allowance adjoining the east boundary of that portion of Southeast Denine 2201 West 5 and the east boundary of Plan 5084 JK Lot 1 within the northeast quarter 4 Township 22 Range 1 West 5, containing about 3.09 acres for purchase, or option B, that Council would deny the landowner's request for a public meeting at this time. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation, and I will head over to the counselor for the area, Division 5, which is Councillor Alan Alger. What say you?
Thank you, Madam Chair. The topography of this road or potential right of way is very severe. There's no question in my mind this would never become a road. In the world of purchasing road allowances, we typically don't do this, and in light of the all the action that's going on around here, including potential annexation and development in the area, I think I would be inclined to agree with the city that we're a little bit premature in going forward with this at this time. So I would give you the motion to refuse the request at this time, and I think we could revisit it in the future after a few things have settled down in the next year or so. Thank you.
Great. Thank you for your comments and your motion. And I wonder if any other councillors have any comments before we move to a vote on that. Any thoughts on that? As was explained by the counselor for the area, there's a number of issues in this particular location. A lot of them are not confirmed at this time, and it's somewhat prudent to also refer to the letter from the neighbor, direct neighbor, the city of Calgary as well, due to commentary on infrastructure, which they don't name, but we assume it's somewhere in that location. Not seeing any other requests to speak, so at this time I will take a vote from you then, and I'll ask the question on option B provided by Councillor Alger. All in favor? That motion carries, so it will be paused for a time. Thank you. So that concludes our items for the item number F, and I believe the next item being item G1 would be a closed session. So I will take a motion to go in closed unless there's anything else coming forward. And we do have our land administrator with us, so it might be helpful to have you to stay for this item. So if you would please join us, I will take a motion to go into closed session. Councillor Alger gives us that. All in favor? Thank you, everyone. Welcome back to Foothills County Council meeting. We have just concluded a closed session and we're going to conclude the matters on our agenda, starting with the motion arising from the closed session. And so I'll head over to Councillor Estes for a motion arising on item G2.
Thank you to the chair. And yes, I'd like to make the motion for administration to proceed as discussed in closed session.
Thank you. Any questions on that? Not seeing any. All in favor? Thank you. That motion carries. And in our agenda, we have a few items left, including the accounts, minutes, and the committee reports. At this point, I'll just pass over the accounts as we're just wrapping those up. And I would head over to minutes under I3, and that would be looking at the previous minutes from January 14th, looking for any commentary. I've read, but I wonder if any other councillors would like to provide a motion, have read, and would like to support the minutes moving forward. Okay, that comes from Councillor Estes. And any other commentary on the minutes? Not seeing any. All in favor on that moving forward? 4 minutes. Councillor Callister, would you be in favor of those minutes?
Sorry, yes.
Excellent. We're all set, and that is approved by all councillors. Thank you. And now we'll go to committee reports. Councillor Callister, you would be ready, or would you like me to go the other direction? Okay, so please proceed on your committee reports from the last week.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Last week, so on the 15th, we some of us traveled down to Lethbridge to the Foothills Little Bow Municipal Association, to which we got our resolution number 2 unanimously passed by the association to remove the reference to the growth management boards from the MGA. There was a couple other resolutions. It was very good to meet all the councillors and cohorts from other counties down there and get a perspective on what their concerns are and comparative to ours. And then on the 19th, I went to meet with Heather Hemingway. So no, that doesn't count. Well, it counts, but that was a discussion on the Hamlet of Heritage Point. I had a meeting on the 20th with a teacher from Heritage Heights K-9 school, representing Dunbow Recreation Board, in which she's going to put in a couple applications for equipment for the kids of the school, snowshoes, and we're looking into a possible creek crossing bridge there. And then last night I attended the Davisburg Community Association general meeting. It was very well attended by 19 people. We had a couple of guests from RMA Insurance, a claims adjuster and a risk advisor to go over insurance requirements for community associations, which was very interesting. It was quite a long meeting, but then I also was able to present Dunbar Recreation Board asking if they had wanted to fill out an application for funding from Dunbar Rec Board. Went over their minutes, and then they've asked me to go to Scott Siemens Arena because they're about to do some renovations, and ask for their use members to be able to transfer over to Scott Siemens Arena while they do the renovations. So I'll be doing that in the coming days. And I believe that is all I've got.
Very good. Thanks for your report. And now over to Councillor Alger for your committee report.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The only official duty that I was to perform last week was the county cemeteries, but lack of things on the agenda, we decided to cancel the meeting instead. So I have no committee reports this week. Thank you.
Well, good. Well, thanks for the almost report. Thank you. And from Division 4 and my other committees report, I have a couple of things to share. First of all, on the 14th evening, there was a Foothills Regional Emergency Services Commission board meeting. And at that point, we did welcome in a couple new members. We had welcomed the majority at our previous meeting, but at this time we met the final number. So we have, again, a composition of quite a few new members and all of them being brought into the know on all things related to this commission. And at this meeting, we discussed finances, including our preliminary year-end financial briefing and our 2026 to 2028 budget, so a 3-year budget. And I guess the highlight I would share is there's no increase for 2026 to the municipal portion for what would be charged to our partners, because it's able to be managed within the current planning. And one of the things you will see a slight differentiation is a true up based on population. So just to give everyone a heads up on that, being the conclusion on no increase to the rate, but just the population will be adjusted. And working on things related to union matters, and also I guess that would conclude it pretty well. Just acquainting everybody with the overall operations, as we'll be having an in-person at the center, which is always really interesting. And if council's ever interested in a trip to the 911 center, just let us know and we could perhaps have an accommodation for that to happen. Thank you. Next, I had as many of you did, attendance at the RMA Foothills Little Bow Municipal Association meeting on January 16th. And there was a number of interesting topics discussed, including the first ever bear pit session at this level. So it was nice to have a collection of the other representatives, so from both provincial and federal, that had attended. And we were able to pepper them with questions, and they were very accommodating to us to hear on various issues that were important to the Southern Alberta rural municipalities. And also we did hear from RMA a full update. They had a full contingency there, as they had previously had a board meeting. So they were there in order to share all the information and then hear questions and provide answers based on the talent in the room. And it was nice to see many of them. Sometimes we don't see the behind the scenes often with RMA, so it was nice to see them as well. And we had our new representative, Kelly Chrisman, who was the new director for District 1. So it was nice to meet her other than through the voting process. So it was nice to see her there. And we also brought up, as was mentioned by Councillor Callister, we had some resolutions in the resolution session. So happy us with the resolution that was put forward for Foothills County that did move forward, but also Cardston County had a resolution that went forward in relation to controlling grizzly bears. And there was a lot of community impact there. So they provided a full explanation as to wanting to have some management strategies applied there. So these resolutions will go from this level of the local level, from the Zone 1 to the full conference, which will be in March, where all municipalities will be represented. So it's made the pass and they go forward. So that was great. So just nice to get a full update from all the contributors at that event. My next report is having attended the policing committee yesterday. So it's officially called the Rural Foothills Policing Committee. And at that, we did select a new chairperson for the committee, that being Jen Magnus. And then we went from there and dove into our regular agenda items, which is an update from Diamond Valley. We do have a new acting staff sergeant, Clausen, there, who had moved from Okotoks. And then we heard a number of different statistics from that new file, and then some new persons also being brought over into the Diamond Valley detachment. We heard a lot of contributions where throughout the years, throughout this year and throughout the months, there were joint forces operations. So they shared year statistics and some shared more recent statistics. We then heard from the Okotoks detachment from Staff Sergeant Zink, who also introduced us to some new members, and this is great to have that and hear what's happening and what's the priorities from that detachment, following by High River detachment as well. So that was Staff Sergeant Weeb on that one, and really good to hear what's occupying their time and the type of occurrences. And really heard overall there was really a lot of traffic related issues, and that there is a solution coming in. There is a new organization that's going to be coming online that Okotoks is going to take up, and it's a voluntary, or as per each detachment, they have the chance to use it. Apparently, it's funded by insurance, and this is a team that comes in to help with the overall files with related to traffic incidents, and that helps take the burden off of the RCMP so that they can attend to all the important files that are related to their time and presence being needed, and offset with the skills that are in the administration side, and also very much recognizing the importance of each file, but that there is more of a jurisdiction for some of the more serious incidents that they would be attending. And so this would be a great assistance. One of the other issues that was discussed commonly was the officers are quite often waylaid from their business because of following up on mental health calls, where they're caught up in the hospitals for the duration of waiting until the person who is in need of assistance gets forward on the hospital wait. And so they're hanging out there doing their support, but that then takes them completely out of service during that time that they're waiting. So there's certainly a discussion similar to the issue with the ambulances being taken out of service for the time period where there's the hall waits for the patients to go and receive the attention that they need. So this again will require hopefully some improvements from the hospital setting to help with alleviating that particular issue. Again, just trying to get the front lines back to their service as soon as possible. Following that, we did have a very quick update from our own municipal enforcement services. And really just to say that the 2025 annual report will be coming at the next meeting. And following that, we did have a nice update from our rural crime watches who were indicating the various meetings, annual general meetings coming up, various topics that they're endeavoring to stay very active within the community, such as writing or also providing information that they intend to share with all the crime watches. And the dialogue was really great in terms of passing information back and forth between the law enforcement services and them. And also not to forget that Inspector Jason Delaney, he was also present with the sheriff. So they had 3 members present, and he gave us an excellent update too on all things sheriffs. And we totally had a nice review on how they fit into the protocol of being called out. And in order to receive help in your community, the protocol is still calling 911 for emergencies, and that would go to the police servants, the police of jurisdiction, as they call it technically. They would always respond first, and the sheriffs would be called in secondarily upon the request of that police of jurisdiction service. And then also just to note, they had a very interesting last few weeks as they were able to really roll out on the commercial vehicle inspection aspect of their duties. Due to the nice weather, they were to fully roll out the mats and do the full inspection. So it was a bit of surprise to the community that these type of inspections were happening in January, where typically the roads are not in good enough condition to have that take place. And then they're also getting into the business of the canine trained partnerships similar to RCMP, and particular in their jurisdiction, which is the contraband. So it was nice to hear an update from everybody on that, and also knowing that we intend to continue to find out how the level of service is impacted to Foothills County by staying in close contact with these organizations. So we thank them all for their attendance to make a really nice rounded report. We did also ask for an upcoming attendance for the the supervisor, the correct term for the chief for the sheriffs to attend again. He did attend a previous session and we would like to invite him to another one. And then we also made a motion to invite our 911 executive director to come and present to the policing committee. So we're going to get a full, really well-rounded understanding of all of our responding agencies. And lastly, that evening I did attend on the same day, the Prince Community Association Annual General Meeting. And I just want to thank all of the volunteers for their spectacular service over this last year. They've done some really incredible work, such as putting in a whole sidewalk to from the change rooms to go all the way down to the boards and to the bench area for the teams so that it would be much more safe and navigatable with skates on. So they've got that cleaned up really nice. They also did the rink surface and they received some grant funding on that, but it was a big deal. And I just want to thank our expert manager from Scott Seaman there, Sean Murphy, had assisted with some very helpful guidance just to provide Pritis Community Association with the best outcome. So big thank you there. And they also cleaned up the old basement in the post office where there is also another change room. So that was a huge benefit to all the visiting teams. These guys are really have an exciting league there where, they're so busy in the community interacting with all the locals and including the hamlets in the area, but they do have a few other events that they go to, some other different I guess it would be away games or tournaments that they're putting into their repertoire, such as Cremona or Sylvan Lake. But typically the main teams there are Pritis, Bragg Creek, Millerville, and Diamond Valley. And they have 91 players this year and 70 volunteers. So it's a highly helped situation there. And ages, 6 age groups. They are heavily weighted in the age 11 this year, apparently, but they have a service for ages all the way from 5 to 18. And of course, there are many other incredible events throughout the year. One highlight was, of course, a new market, and the stellar number for the Pritis Stampede Breakfast was serving 770 citizens. It was the highest number for them of all time. So a lot of work is being placed into the various events. And again, thank you to the board members who are really stepping it up. And we have just excellent financial oversight as well as volunteers to help with a really long list of repairs that needs to be done on the old building this year as well. So that's it for my report, and I'll head over to Councillor Estes. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Councillor Callister and Madam Chair, Deputy Reeve all have very kindly given the update on the RMA and the little Foothills Little Bowl. Division 1 that I also attended. So I only add that it was a nice setting. It was a much smaller setting, so you got to mingle with people a little more, which I quite enjoyed. Other than that, I have no other committee reports.
Thank you very much. And thanks to the councillors for your reports. Now I'd like to head over to Director Hemingway. Do you have anything in open session?
Nothing. Thank you, Madam Deputy Reeve.
Thank you. And over to Manager Barrett.
Nothing for me today. Thank you.
Thank you. And then CEO Payne, anything in open session? Okay, thank you. I think we've concluded all of our reports. And the last matter of business would be diving into those accounts, should there be any questions, and then a motion arising from the work that you guys have done in reviewing the accounts. So I'll look for anyone want to speak to any questions? Is there any questions? Or you're on the last couple of papers? Okay, so at this point, maybe we could just take a pause and then let that occur, and we'll come back in if that's okay. Welcome back to Foothills County Council meeting. We are going to conclude our meeting with a couple of items here. As we got ourselves organized here, I just want to thank the accounts counselors today. That was Councillor Estes, Councillor Alger, and Councillor Callister for taking on the accounts today. Looking to you all now and would like to check in with you about any questions or comments you may have, or from any others. Not seeing anything, so I would look for a motion from someone who would like to move those forward. Okay, that'll come from Councillor Alger. And any other conversation on that? Not seeing any. All in favor? All right, thank you. We've dealt with the accounts, and our last matter is to just make note of the adjournment or the next meeting on January 28th, that being next Wednesday, and the time of adjournment being 12:58. I would take a motion for that. Councillor Estes gives us that. All in favor? Thank you, everybody, and I wish everybody a great rest of your day. Thank you.